Hello everyone, we're back. God, Emma, you look so crispy. For some reason I forgot that she looked that crispy, I don't know why. Anyway, we're back. Investigating. I forgot what we were doing actually. Yeah, I have to present something to you. No, seriously, I forgot. I feel like I was supposed to, like, present something to her. There was this envelope. Right, wasn't that the last thing we did? The envelope? Oh, there it is. Let's take a closer look at this desk here. Yeah, is it the envelope? Wait, no. I had to talk to you about it, right? Yeah, the red envelope. About this... Oh, that! Yes, that's a red envelope. She sure is jumpy. Someone opened this, didn't they? Oh, there it is. My lips are sealed. Your lips are sealed? That's the first. Yeah, they're usually too occupied eating snackers to stay closed. You mean you know what's inside the envelope? Sure, I read it after all. Aha! You mean you are the one who ripped this open? Ah, please, I would have steamed it open. But she didn't sneak a peek at it, apparently. Well, she is the detective in the crime scene. She kinda has to look at it. Know that I have a powerful weapon on my side. Oh. Weapon? Yes, the use of tools, highly specialized tools for information gathering. Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on. You should try flattering her, Apollo. They say a little praise can open big doors. Never heard that one, but it's good advice. Let's try to talk it to her some more. About that envelope we found, I was wondering if you could help us with that tool you were mentioning. You want to know about my tool, do you? It's called an X-ray analyzer. So it's just an X-ray machine? X-ray, like the X-rays you get at the dentist? That's right, at least that's what I call it. Huh? It has a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray spectralization... something. How am I supposed to remember all that? So basically, it lets you see inside things, like envelopes. That's right, you're sharp, Trissy. You know, Emma, I'm starting to think that maybe it's not so much that, you were shadowed by your colleagues because you studied abroad. I'm starting to feel like you didn't finish your studies in Europe. Like, did you get a degree? Did you get a degree? Emma, I need to know. Inquiring minds wish to know. Like, I get that you don't want to remember the long name. I get that, but also... if I'm quiet, it's because... Like, if I stop for a second there, it's mostly because... it's hot, and I'm technically dying. It rained last night, and now it's humid, and I'm just... It's not been a good month. But it's a bit more complicated than that in practice, of course. Actually, to tell you the truth, I'm not really sure how it works scientifically. Can I try it out, Emma, please? Oh, I suppose. Well, that was easy. You know, Trissy, you could have just done that from the beginning, I guess. Well, I guess we do need to feed Emma's ego to get anything done in this place. Of course, I've already checked out everything suspicious myself. Ah, right, let's give it a spin, Apollo. Yeah, what are you doing? Just seeing if I could see through your hair, but it's like lead. Point that thing at me anymore, and it might all fall out. Then I wouldn't need an X-ray machine to see through it. Let's just get down to business, shall we? Right, let's test it on a sample first. I just happen to have a lottery ticket here. Uh-huh. Send the sample into the bath like so. I don't see anything. Patience, there's no need to get a antsy. To the right side of the screen, that's the layer view of the envelope. Layer view. You got it set to display the outside of the envelope now. See? Actually, it's quite good to just have it, to just have you give it a try. Turn the dial there with your keys for me, would you? That's right, that's how you choose what depth you want to scan. Hey, I got something! See, that's how you can read the letters on the ticket inside. Cool, huh? Except, I can't read them. Just turn the dial a little more. What you have to understand is that a sheet of paper isn't really flat at all. When you zoom in that much, you'll see that paper is like a bunch of hills and valleys. Wow, really? This X-ray device uses a beam with a wavelength of only 0.05 microns. It breaks scars down into thin layers so it can only show what's written on that layer. I'm not entirely following, but what good is it if you can't read anything? That's why we go on to step 2. Try rubbing the image a bit, if you would. Rubbing, like going over the image with the other keys while holding space? There, that fixes the image on the screen. Now turn the dial again, just a little. Good, now you can rub this image to fix it too. Hey, I get it. You can just keep doing this until you got the whole thing. Exactly, not bad. Neat, let's do some more. Okay, let's print this out. You lose, forehead. Ouch, you lose. At least you know where you stand, eh? Anyway, now you see the true hidden power of my weapon. Neat, huh? Let's try it out on the real thing, shall we? Is there anything there? No. Okay, let's print this out. Mr. Drew Misham, I deposited 100,000 in the designated account. Please send a receipt once you confirm the transfer. Someone deposited 100,000 into Mr. Misham's account? His paintings must be really valuable. Well, he's one of those recluse artists. There's another page in there. Here to take a look. You bet I do! If you're going to read someone's mail, you might as well read it all. Here goes with the second page then. Okay, let's bring this out. Sign the papers and send the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. Well, that feels kind of suspicious, if you ask me. So it was a letter about payment for one of his paintings. Why all the secrecy though? And what? Why was this letter the only one in here? It's 7 years old, right? Maybe it has some special significance to him? Well, Emma? Well, indeed. You know something else. You know something she's not telling us. Not that she's keeping mum about it. So, Emma, I was wondering, what's the story about this reporter that came here for the story the night of the crime? I'm afraid I can't tell you because he's going to be a witness tomorrow right here. I thought so. I'll never forget that face, but what was his name? Alright, Brushell. Brushell? He's after a scoop to sell to the papers. So a reporter comes for an interview with a painter. His first interview ever, and that night he's killed. Seems strange to you. Really strange. It does raise a few questions. I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could. Well, I hear he's on the beat today too. He said something about covering a magician. Oh boy. I know exactly what he means. Magician. Well, if it's not true, see, that only leaves one other person because there's barely there's basically no magicians in this fucking town. It wasn't Valan Grammari by any chance, was it? Yeah, something like that. He's got some big show lined up, I hear. So he started interviewing Valan Grammari. Looks like I'll be heading out to that Coliseum again sooner than I thought. We didn't even go to the Coliseum, Apollo. Here, I'll give you that reporter's scar if you want. Mark Brushell, freelance journalist. Well, time to go then. October 7th, Sunshine Coliseum. Whoa, this is it, Apollo! The place where magic and dreams converge. Just a while ago, it was a place where murder and nightmares converge. And femboys. European femboys. Let's go say hi to Uncle Valant. What about the case? Only a performer laughs like that. The young Miss Trussie. How often I hoped we'd meet again only to tell myself it was an impossible dream. Tee Uncle Valant, how's it going? I'm glad to see you too. Of course you are. Humility is definitely not one of his strongest traits. Well, Miss Trussie, how does this day find you? If you come to give me flowers, do it after the show, I beg you. Actually, we came to wish you good luck. And congratulations on your big magic show. Oh, but it is I who wish to congratulate you. Not everyone is so lucky as to witness miracles such as the ones I shall perform. What is wrong with this guy? Beyond the obvious. Like, maybe it's just me, but he's a little too stuck on his own ass. Like, he really is just kinda getting high on his own supply. You know what I mean? He's just getting high on his own supply. Yeah, you're amazing, we get a picture. The world will watch in wonderment as magnificent illusions are reborn. Here, on stage, by my hand. Yeah, sure, whatever. Everyone's talking about the big magic show. Is it true that the Grammari miracle is back after 7 years absent? Miss Trussie, I must apologize. The show and this honor should have been his. Whomst? Daddy. My co-magician in training, Sagramari. If that terrible thing hadn't... It's okay. Your father was a great magician, Tursi. If he were alive, then I, Valan Gramari, would have been proud to stand upon this stage as his assistant. Would you, though? Would you? Because, like, I'm trying to remember the stuff that you find out later, and, like, did you actually like the guy? Because I have the feeling that you actually didn't like the guy. You'll forgive me for saying that. Actually, no, don't forgive me for saying that. It is an actual... It's an actual question. Like, do you even like the guy? Thanks, Uncle Valant. You know, I'm happy you're doing the show. To think we get to see the great Magnificent Illusions again. He really is looking forward to this, isn't she? My mentor, the magnificent Magnificramari, was a true deity among magicians. A creator god who gave birth to magical illusions that defied our very imaginations. I was so little when I saw one, but I still remember his shows. He did wheelies in a sports car, through the air, above the audience, and then sped off to other space faster than the speed of sound. I'm guessing that memory was a bit embellished. To put it politely. 7 long years, the world has been waiting for a miracle to match his. As heir to the Gramari Troupe's secret, it falls to me to provide one. It is my God-given destiny. Is it though? Is it? Is it? Yes, you, nameless face who speaks for the nameless masses. How can I help you? If the world was waiting, why did you hold off for 7 long years? It appears the lad is uninformed. Perhaps you have heard of the magic known as law which governs so long. I have, though I'm not sure it qualifies as magic, quite the contrary actually. The performance of Magnificent's miracle was impossible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years, but no more! 7 years? That phrase shows like to pop up, doesn't it? And why was that? A little medical performance rights, Miss Trucy. Can you tell us about these performance rights? Magnificent's magic relied on an incredibly innovative idea, a trick, if you will. And he copyrighted it. That trick was considered his property, and as such was protected by property laws. Ah yeah, he fucking copyrighted his goddamn magic trick. I see how it is. Fuck you too, dude. Intellectual property, maybe. Magnifi knew this and bequeathed it in his will to one person. You mean him? Yes, Miss Trucy, it was your father. Sagramari was inheritor of the Gramari miracle. Daddy. Yeah, as you well know, he's gone. He disappeared suddenly 7 years ago. I think I see where this story is going. Once a person is classified as missing for a certain period of time, they're considered legally deceased, correct? In all absoluteness, those roll-up sleeves conceal your competence well, your man. That certain period of time of which you speak is 7 years. Huh? Yes, Miss Trucy. Though it pains me to say it, this past spring, April to be precise, was the time. Your father was legally declared deceased. In the absence of a formal will, the secrets of our mighty mentor Magnifi passed to me. This was, in fact, stipulated in the will by Magnifi himself. Is that how it works, Apollo? Yeah, it's called death in absentia. He's declared missing, permanently. Although, to be fair, let's say that he's dead for real, and leave it at that. Daddy. Anyway, my dude, can you tell me anything about this guy that we're looking for? So, a journalist was hearing a story All eyes in the universe are upon my stage. I'll pen stick to make its mysteries to paper. His name was Brushel. Brushel. I think he remembers him. He doesn't look too happy about it. Brushel, the cloying smell of mint when he smiles, yes. Can you tell us more about him? What did he want? A man by that name called on me just now. Just now? Valent's vision is always toward tomorrow. Valent's feet step always forward. That is all. That's all. Very confusing. I am for a big magic show, yes! I wanted someone to cover it. Yet, he had ears only for that incident. In any case, I requested that the rapacious reporter remove himself. So Painter has died. What of it? It is but a footnote in the footlights compared to the magic of Grammari. Uncle Balan, do you know where the reporter went? I recommended he visit that place popular with penalized perpetrators. Detention center? He was a rude individual. I see that card. Sure. You tear apart my respectability. I will tear apart him. Here comes Apollo. Uncle Balang's new magic trick. Is he going to fix the card? Not sure that qualifies as a big magic. What happened to the big magic? It is not more miraculous for it to stay ripped. He must have really not liked that journalist. Well, I guess the detention center then. October 7, detention center, visitors room. I have the terrible feeling that this guy is gonna pop up like dead in like a bit. I don't remember if that's what happened, but something about the journalist popping dead like feels familiar to me. You're here to see Vera Mission? Yes, that's right. She's in the medical office at the moment. Medical office? Is she okay? She's just lying down, so she didn't feel so good. I'm sorry, but I can't allow any meetings at the moment. Most annoying client ever. Guess we should come back. But where am I supposed to go then? Let's see, is there anything else that I could give the guy? Maybe the ticket? A challenge, is it? You want me to make that disappear? Very well, give it to me. No, thanks. Are all magicians like this? Apollo, what was that look just now? I was just thinking how hard it is to get any information out of a magician. Do you have anything to say about this? I was wondering if you could tell me about this. Aha! Why, that was the Grammari seal. Uncle Balan, is something wrong? Proceed. Where do you get this? Daddy gave it to me. Your daddy? Wait, what? My partner, Sacramento. No, my other daddy, Phoenix Wright. You know, the one that actually raised me. Why now? What would your Lord Daddy? Lord Daddy? That's kind of stretching the whole arcade thing a bit. Signature upon the back. Do you recognize it? That belongs to none other than Sacramari. What? Daddy signed this? May I be so bold as to open it? I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that, Star Fox. Huh. Huh. What's in this envelope, I wonder? Now the time has come when I must return to make my prestidigitation preparations. Before you leave, Mr. C. Thanks, Uncle Valant. 3 days from now, make ready for a miracle. Sure thing. What do you think that journalist was after? Well, he did ask about a painting. Well, a painter, rather. To clearly is information on the fact that Misham died, I assume? Or something Misham had done with the Gramaris at some point. And why did Valant react like that to this envelope? I think it's time to paint the detention center another visit. Oh god, again. I went there 2 seconds ago. October 7, detention center, visitors room, again. I think I hear what you're saying. We're all doing it for the money, end quote. No, not at all. Looks like someone's already meeting here. Maybe that reporter. Oh, this guy. Hey there, how you doing? Who might you be? Sorry, we didn't know someone was already here. I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Talk about a nervous monkey. You Justice, you! You know me? Do I know you? Of course I know you! Tears down witness on stand until they spill beans, end quote. That's not true! Was he writing? Are you a reporter by any chance? Ooh, you Trucy! Am I famous? Oh yeah! Trucy right hates carry in a bag. Puts everything she owns in her panties, end quote. That's not true! So do your bridges there. Alright, well, this interview in GP. Interview? So, guy, I think I know what's going on here. Dining rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need? End quote. No! How many times do I have to tell you this? Look, I've got work to do. You deal with him. You come here to interview the guard? Oui, what a pickle! Accused wouldn't talk. Had to interview someone or got plumb crazy. End quote. Huh. I should have guessed. Where are my manners? Name's Russell. Spark Russell. I'm not picky. Journalist just closes eyes. Writes. End quote. You know, this guy looks like Northern Lion if Northern Lion didn't shave. And I guess his baldness was the opposite shape. And also was terrible. Like, I don't know, he gives me like, he has like a Northern Lion kind of face. Has that nauseating strong mint smell every time he rains. Until you've been interviewed by me, you don't know what thrill it is. Well, run through crossroads of my madness, end quote. I can't see that. He's writing something again. Well, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something. So, Mr. Brushell, you're a journalist. Me? Look, let me say one thing for the record here. Yes? I'm the interviewer, you understand, yeah? I'm the one asking the questions here, end quote. Okay. For instance, you think a movie director watches movies? Well, I think he probably does. Exactly! I knew you'd understand. Huh? So, the night of the murder, you were at Drew's studio. Me? Look, let me state one thing for the record. Yes? I may look calm and collected, but I'm busy, real busy, always on the road. Journalist always buys one-way tickets, never looks back, end quote. I can understand that philosophy, but... You want to know the thing about one-way tickets? Once you use them, they're gone. Well, because you have to give them to the guy at the airport. Fair enough. Don't they give normal tickets away too? Exactly, see? It's the same thing. What is? So you went to do a story on Drew Misham, and he never had a story done about him before. That's right. Look, let me state one thing for the record here. What? I'm sure you're going to want to know about my source. What tipped me off to what do they interview in the first place? Well, yes. Look, it's like that. Oh, I got it. Say that's this burger joint with fabulous ketchup. You think the burger guy is going to tell me where he got it? The supermarket, maybe? Exactly. See, that's what I'm talking about. I think I may have actually understood that one. Well, there's nothing I can talk about, really. Walls have ears, eyes, especially glass walls with speakers, end quote. Right, guess we'll leave then. Ah, but since you're here, might as well tell you a tidbit of news I saw, just for the heck of it. Sure, tell us, just for the heck of it. I remember it like it was yesterday. I'd seen a movie on a trip and wandered into this burger place with amazing ketchup when an article in a tabloid caught my eye. Famous oil painting stolen from art dealer's gallery. End quote, I believe it was. An oil painting. Happens every day, right? But I thought I'd seen that painting somewhere before. A painting of a giant peach floating down a river. Someone stole an oil painting of a giant peach. Journalists can smell scoop better than burgers, end quote. Wait. Alright, let me go on the record here. Yes? I know what you're going to say. Brushel, take these, write brilliant column, end quote. I don't think so. Look, buddy, I write brilliant columns about one thing, and that's food. Try to understand. What could he possibly be writing? He didn't listen to a word I said. Also, I'm just trying to get him to... whatever. Doesn't seem like there's anything with this one. This one. Apollo, look at this painting. You can see the rough sketch. Ah, looks like it was only half completed. Oh, that's funny. Do the rough sketches and the finished painting look totally different to you, too? They do, actually. What's that all about? Actually, do you have any comment on this also? Okay, that's the same. I assume maybe the game wants me to go check on it. Personally. October 7, Drew Studio. Well, how'd it go? Find anything out? Actually, there was one thing I wanted to check with you. What was with that scary face you're making? At the end of the day, I know something I'm not telling in face you've got going, Emma. This painting came from behind the dresser. Ah, yeah, so it was stolen, no? I was hoping you wouldn't figure that out. Do you think you could tell us a bit about this? I suppose. It's what you think. Drew Mission was a forger. A forger? So, what exactly is a forger? Well, basically, someone who makes forgeries. If the, word doesn't give it away. Fakes, in other words. Fakes! Copies of an original. Exact copies, so precise you can't tell them apart. Well, why not just photocopy them? The big problem with forgeries is that people try to sell them as a real article. It's a gram, of course. So the mission was a criminal? I'm afraid so. He received money to create elaborate forgeries to supplement his work in illustration, I guess. I see. Actually, that's why I brought this here in the first place. What do you mean? You're trying to determine if a painting is a forgery. The rough sketch underneath can be a valuable clue. So the rough sketch is like a practice for the real thing. Like doing a magic trick in front of a mirror before you go on stage. But not in the case of a forgery, not necessarily anyway. You know what the finished product is going to look like after all? Oh yeah, I guess you would. That's why I brought this. I'm going to use it to see what's under the painting on the finished pieces. I get it now. Not that I really need to go to such lengths, seeing as how one of the paintings was only half finished anyway. Still, we need to see Mr. Misham's rough sketches. Kind of like what he was drawing when he thought no one was looking. True, that would be interesting, and maybe valuable in our case. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. Flattery will get you everywhere, they say. Maybe I should ask Emma to help us out. I kinda wanted to see the rough sketch under this painting, and I was wondering if your tool might do the trick. Oh, fine, just this time though. Let's check it out! Okay, let's see what we can find in this one. Okay, let's bring this one out. What the heck? Wow, he really blows. The finished painting isn't anything like the rough. I realized that mine didn't exist until recently. He probably thought he could draw any sort of thing he wanted to for the rough. What do you mean? Well, in the past, you could only analyze the composition of a rough sketch. Composition? In other words, the traces of charcoal between paint and canvas. So you could tell if there had been a rough sketch, but not what it looked like. I think I follow you. So in essence, it wouldn't matter what was underneath the finished painting. Some pros would actually paint out a rough sketch entirely. Wait, did he say without and I just didn't read it? Okay, then do a completely new painting on top of that. So Mr. Mission was drawing whatever he wanted before painting over them. Possibly. Is there a problem with that? Not particularly, but something about the sketch itself is kind of odd. You're awfully sudden all of a sudden, Apollo. You think you could check out one of the other paintings? Well, sure. You like this detection stuff, don't you? Okay, let's check the other one. Okay, let's bring this one out. That's... this one too. What's wrong, Apollo? You look so serious all of a sudden. You think I could just look at the last of these? Fine by me, knock yourself out. Okay, let's bring this one out. What the heck is all this? I hesitate to ask why you're getting so excited. You sure your device is leaking some kind of strange radiation? Trucy, look at these 3 sketches. Do you notice anything? There. Now you're both as wet as shit. What's going on? These sketches, out of the 3 cases I worked on. What? The murder in the poker room at the Borscht Ball Club. The dead man pulling the noodle stand. Then the events that transpired during the governor's concert. What could it mean? How could he have drawn those things? And why? That's what I want to know. Wait, is Rumishan your father? Give me a break. Does that seem even remotely possible to you? No one is gonna find out who my dad is until the last game. That is gonna be disappointing. I never even heard of any Rumishan before. I haven't even seen a picture of him. There were my cases. Drawn on his canvas. Every single one of them. It couldn't have been a coincidence. Just who was this Rumishan and what did he have to do with me? Don't worry about it. October 8th, 9:48 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 6. Good morning. So, you're Vera, right? Trucy, right. That's right with a W, but not, right? We're on your side. You can tell us anything, please? Good morning. She speaks! Not bad. But I think you do better with a little smile, you know? You're so pretty, you need to sell yourself, you know? Trucy, let's take it easy for starters. Thank you for taking my case. Okay, well that's a start, I guess. She goes with a nail polish again. That's great, really. It's so cultured. Want to try? Oh, really? Girls. The victim Rumisha was for her. And a stolen painting was found in his studio. A life of crime, really. And maybe one that led to his death. October 8th, 10 AM, District Court, courtroom number 3. Well, we will now, begin the, trial of, Vera Misham. Is the judge okay? His voice is all raspy and he's looking around all nervous like... The repercussions of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time. and may indeed alter our legal system forever. Today is the test of the justice system, and the first step toward a new order in our courts. That is secret mission! The juries will function like a jury, which is kind of what the point anyway. It is hoped their inclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will. Why aren't there any juries in the courtroom? 3 closed circus cameras watch this courtroom at all times. The juries have access to everything that transpires. Juries! Judge well and judge cool. Now, see here, Prosecutor Gavin. I was going to say that. My apologies, Head Judge. Juries today. Judge today's trial coolly, if you would be so kind. The juries are unbound by the letters of the law. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. And we're about to find out just what effect they're going to have. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. The details of the case, if you would. The victim is a Peter Rumission. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned. By whom, you ask? By none other than the defendant, Veramisham. There wasn't any poison in the coffee. Action! Someone has been doing their homework. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee. Put on the mug itself. The mug. Residue was found on the rim, I see. The autopsy report describes the manner of our victim's death. The courtroom accepts this as evidence. Got that. According to this report, the victim's death was caused by atroquinine poisoning. A chemical compound that does not occur naturally. Lethal dosage is a mere 0.002 milligrams. How much would that be? In like a smaller... Is there a smaller measurement that can be used for that? I thought like it would make no sense to use a smaller measurement because like most people don't have a point of reference, but milligrams is a very common point of reference for medication anyway. A touch of atroquinine in the body is a touch of the Reaper's sight. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin, you may present your witness. I have for you today a simple man for a simple case. A man who witnessed the murder in its entirety. A journalist, no doubt. The witness will state his name and occupation. Right. Well, for starters, my name is Sparks Brushell. My job is a lone observer of the world. In other words, a freelance journalist, right? If you don't mind, I'd like to say something here for the record. Yes, Mr. Brushell? I dislike conclusions, specifically the aspect of justice into conclusions. Preconceptions make park sandbox of endless desert waste. End quote. But you are a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday. Well, that's true, yes. You must understand, I stand before you today, a man with a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive right to the story. Scope turns Mr. Bruchel into that Mr. Bruchel. End quote. Let's hear your testimony then, shall we? A simple case, Gavin? For me, the jury is still out. Literally, they're not even in the courtroom. I visited the studio around 9 that night to do the interview. The first outsider to enter the atelier, journalistic history man. End quote. His owner brought us coffee right after we started. And you know what happened next? Star Falls! End quote. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time. Okay. That does sound like a simple case. Unless you were the one who poisoned him. Well, what are you saying, Judge? Look, he's the judge, he doesn't. Need I remind you, the cameras are rolling today. I mean... Does that make it any less serious? Like, I'm sorry, I'm having a moment because, like... What does it matter? Like, perjury is perjury no matter what. I felt the need to be a bit dramatic. You didn't do it, did you? Maybe he did. Me do anything like that, come on, that's like... Yeah. Newsmarker making the news, end quote. Yeah. Or even contemporary wind shunt, end quote. I know, while accusations rock courtroom, end quote. Rocky need. Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun. He's kind of having fun, huh? I'm so happy for him. Very well, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, please. Yay. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. No. What's this about a store falling? Star falls, huh? It's like an old telegram. Send money. Over. Chloe, you don't know. That's like a journalist, journalism code word. An important personage passes away. A star falls. Get it? There's no gravity in space, is there? I wouldn't think stars could fall, really. Does this matter? Oh boy! This is good stuff. Good stuff. How about star breaks? Nah, like sponge. I know. Star dice. Nah, lacks imagination. Of course, you could go with Drew dice, straight to the point. I like it. I think we need to hear about something a little more substantial. Well, I don't particularly care about the moment of death. And clearly the coffee was gonna be different. Like, the thing is that, you know, if the poison is that powerful that is basically instantaneous, it doesn't matter much. Like, you just, like, ride in pain until you die, probably. Brushel's coffee was gonna be fine, because he's alive, so... You say Mr. Mission had the coffee too, but did you actually see him drink the coffee? Guys, he who says it wins, but he who says it wins bigger, end quote. I live in a man says dog eat dog and writes about it world. Yet. I guess I can't say I saw him drink it, really. He had one so-called sip. If that. Just a sip? Well, I guess if it was poison, but like the coffee itself wasn't poisoned. Man's put lips to mug, drinks, end quote. That poison is quite virulent, I hear. My stomach did a so-called somersault. Since I'd gulped down that coffee without so much as a second glance at it. Wait, maybe something's there. Some kind of so-called trick. Anyone want to venture a guess? For the record. Does this guy have a pause button? Well, Mr. Justice, did you find that testimony valuable? Let's say yes. The victim drank his coffee, then immediately fell over. Oh yes, you can go to press with that one. Your Honor, this is a vital piece of information. Please add it to the testimony. Very well, the witness will add this to his testimony. Vital, right. He had one sip, if that. The next moment, he was on the floor. Okay, but the poison is slow acting, and the coffee wasn't the one that had the poison, so he didn't ingest that much, just what little it touched on his lips. So that makes it kind of weird. Yeah, that kind of makes it weird. Objection! You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison used atroquinone. Oh, Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. Yeah, he was, wasn't he? That's the point. A little dosage of 0.002 milligrams paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drank that, even you, Mr. Justin, will be reduced to a quivering pile. Why are you using me as an example? Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information. an omission? Atokinine is as virulent as he says, but death doesn't come upon ingestion, not immediately. That's because Atokinine is slow acting. Slow acting? What? According to one forensic scientist, thanks Emma, it's one of the most virulent poisons, but it's absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. If we suppose that the moment Mr. Mission sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, then he would still have had time left to enjoy his last cup of joe. Order! Order! What's the meaning of this? If what the defense says is correct, why that contradicts the entire testimony we just had? Well, Mr. Brushel, anything to say on the record? Slow acting, slow act. It was virulent, right? Even then, it had already begun to get its claw into the Josa list. He's working on his scoop. It's Brushel, ja. Brushel, let's take a trip back down memory lane. Huh? Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip? Think it over. This is vital. You know what I think? I think that was a not so subliminal suggestion. End quote. I admit it does cause a problem if he died when you said he died. I would be forced to say Alfreda descent to my simple case. And you would be forced to say farewell to your article. Come again? You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? And as the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent. And you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye. Scoop. Look, wait, just wait a second. Just a second. We're waiting, out with it. I think I just recall a so-called important detail. A revival of recollection, end quote. A story's survival, end quote. A Tony utterly confused, end quote. Actually, I did notice something when I visited the studio. I had a poison that takes its sweet time, see? But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently. Mr. Brushel, are you saying you noticed something that explains what happened? You bet I am. The antidote for poison is contradiction, end quote, you might say. Or I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote, I might say. I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee. Order! As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony. That Mr. Mission died the instant he drank. Of course I'm standing by my testimony, and my dream of exclusive rights to this story. I suppose it was too much to hope for. What was? Of course you wouldn't choose a simple case, not him. Him? Phoenix Wright, who else? Action have Brushel. Report for us, if you would. What is it that you noticed? Oh boy. His court is a critical trial of the jury system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court about what you noticed. Oh boy. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Mission was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note? A suicide note? Yes, he had this look on his face. Man's face inscrutable as a quadratic equation, end quote. Suicide, poor Mr. Misham. Well, that means Vera's innocent. Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview? Yeah. People have done that a lot. Like, Apollo, people have killed themselves in public like that, like, even being, like, there was this woman who, like, killed herself, like, in the middle of, like, she was a news reporter, I don't remember the name right now, it's actually pretty famous. she killed herself in the middle of like her work. Like I don't remember what was the reason, but like she actually had serious reasons for it. And then this is more local, but like known torturer from like the military dictatorship. He was being interviewed, I believe, and he was gonna get arrested afterwards. I think that was the situation, and he literally killed himself mid-interview not to get arrested for what he did. Like, people will in fact kill themselves in the middle of an interview, Apollo. There are cases. That is actually something that happens. Not super often, but it has happened. Oh. Very well, you may begin your cross-examination. Okay. Uh-huh. So he put the letter away when he saw you. Early report against the worm. I quote, "That's my secret." I'm not sure I follow. It's the night of the interview. I arrive 15 minutes ahead of schedule. The handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in. Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that unlawful entry, really? Mr. Vincenzo seemed to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his letter into that yellow envelope as fast as he could. I know a secret when I spot one, and that was one. It does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice. Yeah? I wonder... It does have the ring of something important. It does. Add it to the testimony there. Defense find this testimony vital, Your Honor. Very well, please add it to the testimony then. Hey, why not? My account comes free of charge. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene. Okay, but there was no yellow envelope at the crime scene, just so you know. Objection! As it just so happens, there was a single letter in a desk drawer at the scene. Oh, goddammit. I have my mouse a little too down. In a red envelope. What? Prosecutor Gavin? Yes? Was a yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no, but her forehead. It's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. Clavier, we're not gonna do the he was colorblind bullshit again, okay? Everybody does the character is colorblind bullshit. We're not doing the colorblind bullshit, okay? We're not. If you come and tell me that the guy is colorblind, I'm not gonna take it seriously. Okay? Okay. I'm not even sure if you can be colorblind in such a way that red turns into yellow. For the record, I think you don't. I would need to recheck. Like, there's a couple of types of color blindness, but I don't think red turns into yellow in general. But either way, yeah, we're not Clavier, you're not pulling that on me, okay? I guess, but not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already 7 years ago. Well, Mr. Rochelle, I can explain that. Drew, right? You wanted to get that letter in an envelope pronto. Get it out of sight of my beady eyes, right? Just so you grab the nearest envelope and grab it away. And what about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, chump? Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness's claim? That night the victim put a letter he had been written in a red envelope. No. Like, we didn't even, like, open the envelope. Well, rather, we didn't open the envelope. Emma opened the envelope, or, like, someone else opened it. But clearly it was just checked when the police arrived. And also there was nothing except, like, that one letter that barely said anything except the amount of money that Misham got. Oh, of importance, I mean. He didn't say anything of importance. That's impossible. I like your expression, so full of confidence. Clavier, don't be gay in the courtroom right now. It's not the time. There's jurists. The jurists are looking. It's simple, really. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope with the assistant of a forensic scientist. What? Note that this letter is addressed to Drew Misham. Oh. Why would he address a letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself? I've been scooped! Yeah, like an ice cream. Order! 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 Mr. Brush, can you explain this to the court? Oh my, how could I have forgotten? I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets all forgets lots, end quote. I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Brush. Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Mission sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer. Yes, a stamp! A so-called postage stamp, end quote. A stamp? Whatever for? Well, the mail is later, what else? And then, well, yes, I think I saw him put it in his letterbox. Yes, it was a yellow envelope. And he put it in that box. Well, apparently this yellow letter has nothing to do with the case. Oh, I wish it did. Oh, I wish it did. Just think if that were a suicide note, what a story! The star writes suicide note in front of reporter. False, end quote. As I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case. I mean, maybe it does, but like, kinda late. Like, kinda late in the sense that we're gonna have to, like, search whoever received that note, ask the postal service if they sent it, like, is it like, we're in a lot of shit with the postal service now. That said, yes, Your Honor, it makes me wonder about the contents of that red envelope. Yeah. Oh. Wait a second. Wait a second. Okay, that's it. I keep the door closed, and it's windy today, so the wind opened the door, and if I don't close it, like, the wind is gonna start making it hit the wall, and it's gonna be noisy, so I just went to deal with that. Sorry. Where were we? Alright. 100,000 is quite a good deal of money. So this was from 7 years ago, ja? So, I'm finished here. I mean, I'm finished here. I was thinking of, going home to start writing. No. Their honest reaction to this? I hate to state what should be pretty obvious to everyone and anyone, but when you catch the scent of a story, you make that rather unique face. Come on! Tony has active imagination, little less, end quote. Even I noticed something, and my eyes aren't what they used to be. Judge, get some glasses. I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about. Judge has an active imagination, end quote. Please continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of a story. Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here, usually. Actually, it took a big work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter leveraged story gets his interview, end quote.
The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. The Red Emperor probably has something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. So you threatened to go to the press with this story. That's where you got your interview? Blackmail? Well, yes. I mean, no. It wasn't black. I'm not black. Something wrong, Mr. Brushel? Look, this is my story, my tidbit. Journalism is for his livelihood. And what? I see. Well, you have me chatting away in here. What's going on out there? What if some Wally Wordsworth or Sally Scooper gets wind of my story? They could be going to the press while I'm going to waste. The court feels your pain, Mr. Brushel. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace. A certain case 7 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago? We keep hearing that phrase. We do keep hearing that phrase. Ah, yes. Perceiving time. I think it's this one. Especially because, like, we know he's a forger, so... it probably has something to do with that. I think it was like on his armpit. Oh, there it is. I knew that it was like perspiration stuff. I knew that he was sweating, but I couldn't remember like where exactly.
Gotcha!
With that he's like sweats from one side and not the other. Sweat much, Mr. Russell? Yeah, well. A man can't help his glands, you know? Don't say it like that. It's more than that. When Mr. Mission's talent was mentioned, you suddenly began to sweat buckets. Ack! You're hiding something. Oh, goddammit, I thought he was... Sorry, Apollo. You're hiding something about his talent. What? That's ridiculous. Evidence time. Let's show where Mr. Mission's true talent laid. It just so happens I have evidence showing the talent mentioned in that letter. And I'm assuming... where is it? Yeah, the hidden painting. This painting was found in Mr. Mission's studio. There are two problems with this painting. The first is that it wasn't painted by Mr. Misham. The second is that there was another painting in the studio, which looked exactly like this one, except it was only half done. Then we have a letter discussing a payment of 100k. I mean, 100k. 100k would be a lot of more money. Wait, no. 100k. What? How much would it be? 100. Yeah, no. Technically, that would be more money, I think. Numbers are difficult. I don't like that. Which suggests a certain business operation. The business of making forgeries. Like, you don't have to do that, you know? Like, doing that with your face. I don't like it. That is all, Your Honor. Everyone, please, everyone. Can we keep this private? Please. This is my story, my scoop. Forgery. That's a serious crime! The Drumidian is known as an artist these days, but there were rumors he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back. Another art meaning forgery. Drumidian was talented, alright? Talented at making precise, detailed fakes. Fact that certain criminal elements were quick to discover. Criminal elements. What? You can't seriously be talking about... Exactly. I'm talking about forged evidence. The rumor started circulating 7 years ago. 7 years ago. So are we to understand that this letter, this payment of 100,000 was for... Exactly. Forged evidence nets tidy profit, end quote. Order! Order! Order. Why, it's like our victim was living a double life. Aha, this is my chance. So the victim had ties to the criminal world, right? He could have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about. This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. They certainly found a criminal connection when we conducted an investigation. But how do you explain all this money? You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here. So there is no proof tying this letter to our case. Fabio, you motherfucker. Our case was and remains simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned that mug that night. And you, of course. Hey, the only thing I poisoned is my pen when I'm writing reviews. Mr. Russell, your testimony to this point has been quite unreliable. It doesn't speak well of your reporting acumen. What are you talking about? My journalism is rock solid. Journalism so solid, you could stand an elephant on it. End quote. In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. If we can ascertain the situation in the studio from the recap, the trial is over.
Apollo, what's he talking about?
The cross-examination showed Mr. Russell didn't have reason or means to poison him, as long as there's no other suspects. And the killer had to be Vera, knows what. The next testimony is our last chance. Mr. Russell, your testimony, please. Oh, shit. The only person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She had made it as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during an interview was that mug. And nothing left the studio after he died. Nothing. Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. A nice testimony. Clear, succinct, and without room for doubt. Ah, shucks. You really think so? I believe this clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may begin your final cross-examination. Right. I still have one trump card left to play. I won't let this trial end until I use it. Uh-huh. Not one thing, you're sure? Yep, sure as I can be. Well, with one exception. What exception? What? Journalist Spark Brushell does interview. Leave studio. End quote. Come on! It's a joke! Get it? No, not funny. I know, but still. Don't worry, I feel your pain on the unfunny joke situation. Did something leave the studio that night? Why does that sound familiar? Where have I heard something like that before? Now that we've proven our witness is a comedian of sorts, I'd like to turn to our defense attorney before returning to the testimony. Do you have any idea what, if anything, may have left the studio that night? Well, Russell said himself that there was a letter that left. I think one thing might very well have left the studio that night, actually. I thought that was something that has vanished from the crime scene. By which I mean? Something other than our witness? Of course. Don't tell me we're a mission. Believe me, any comic relief I may provide is entirely unintentional.
Ah, Apollo, but you are the comic relief. Unintentional or not.
Then let's see what you've got for us, Mr. Justice.
Well, this thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you. But I do have evidence that shows how it could have been taken from the scene. The letterbox. This is the only link between that studio and the outside world. A letterbox. What did Mr. Russell just tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim had just finished writing a letter.
Yeah, I said that. Yeah, it was true.
Furthermore, you went on to tell us that he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox.
Ah,
But that very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night the yellow envelope disappeared. Ah yes, intriguing. So an envelope has disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changes nothing. Huh?
he has a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out is how the poison got into Mr. Mission. Is it really important that this envelope, the witness says he saw disappeared?
Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. That seems very important to me.
Very well, then the witness will all this to this testimony. You got it.
I still think this fails to change anything, Hufflehead. I wouldn't be so sure. A letter disappeared from the crime scene that night. This is exactly the opening I've been looking for.
A letter was put in the post from the studio, but I hardly think that it matters.
Wait. Oh, I remember how this worked. You're sure about that?
Well, to be really precise, I was busy gobbling mint candies the whole time.
One of those candies might have been poisoned. Yet at the time of the autopsy, no French fragrance of milk filled the room, and no mint residue was found. It was a long shot anyway. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee?
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have some proof.
The possibility is there, I can feel it, just maybe not prove it. Not yet. And possibility isn't going to cut it, not now. Mr. Misham ingested that poison via road other than that coffee. And technically, I can prove it. Proof is possible. Here goes nothing. You do understand what we need, Ja? Proof, Hufflehead, not possibilities. Of course, and Prosecutor Gavin, I hope you understand.
I'm ready to give you the proof. What did you say?
I have proof of the disappearing envelope.
I saw him writing a letter. I did. Which was picked up by the mailman, I assume.
Of course, which means that envelope had a stamp on it.
Stamp?
Ah. As we all know, stamps come with dried glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it by licking the stamp. I mean, you can do it without licking it. You can just, in fact, wet it with something else, but that's how we usually do it. That is true. No one worth talking to actually lick stamps in this day and age. Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead after all. Okay, so he licked the stamp. But wait, how does that explain the atroquinon on the rim of the coffee mug? If he licked the back of a poison stamp, the poison would get on his tongue. Yes. What would then happen if he put the coffee mug to his mouth? Those traces on the mug weren't the killer's doing. It was the other way around. The coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Misham. Mr. Misham poisoned the coffee mug himself. Which is a funny mental image, if you take it on the most literal sense, but
Order! 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 But that doesn't... does it?
Recall, if you would. Troquinan is a slow-acting poison, yes. The poison entered his body when he put the stamp on that envelope, but his time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his lips to that cup of joe. And it makes sense, like timeline-wise, it makes more sense.
You have something to add, Mr. Brushel? Oh, his nose is picking up another scent. As I believe I mentioned earlier. Well, the thing, see, after he put his letter in an envelope, Mr. Mission sat there, searching his head right for something. Stamp, so cool, postage stamp, end quote. But you know, I don't seem to remember him ever finding one. Maybe he just ran out?
Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the scene of the crime. There were no stamps, not a single one.
That does pose a problem.
Oh, you prove that the stamp was coated with poison. Actually, I'm glad no other stamps were found. It makes proving the stamp he used was poison possible.
Good show, good show. You can't even prove there was a stamp at the scene in the first place. Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. Where's your evidence that proves the existence of this poison stamp?
Good that you ask. There's this tiny frame that is extremely, you know, stamp looking and shaped, full of atrocinine.
Well, that certainly is a cute little frame, and by little, I mean really little.
It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. As you can see, extremely stamp-shaped. Quite empty, as you can see yourself. I noticed that too during my inspection. So what? Apparently you weren't as observant as you should have been. You see, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important.
Me missing something?
Yes, a pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. A troquinine residue.
What? What wasn't I told about this?
The frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller. Maybe an inch wide at most.
You are insane.
Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits in such a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps? Commemorative. God damn it, I can't read.
I need to have my coffee. What can I do?
I mean, I say that, but I can't read even with my coffee on, so...
Order! 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 The poison that was in this frame?
Impossible.
Prosecutor Gavin, why would he put something like that on his desk? Don't tell me he had it there so he could commit suicide if the mood struck. Hey, you know, can I say something? I had a thought, see? What, Mr. Brusher? Please stop jittering around like that. The victim was a forger, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work. Forger's friends makes enemies too. Then what?
So the poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him. Gavin, you can't air guitar your way into an objection. Oh, Rich, that's Rich. Leave the ridiculous flights of fancy to the Gavin and song lyrics, please. Finally, something we agree on. The stamp was a murder weapon? Nonsense. Murder is a simple business. Who would go to such lengths? No one. Oh, I disagree. Come again? Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. Drew Mission hid from the world. He avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail.
The mail?
Now, if you wanted to kill someone you couldn't meet, but you knew read letters, a stamp would be the perfect weapon. Ridiculous. What is proof? I want proof. Show us evidence that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon. Why not have evidence? Per se. Things are finally starting to come together. What is it, Apollo? Your feet are trembling.
think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I think I know how Mr. Mission was killed. Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice. A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. I can show you how someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. Mission the stamp of death. Wait. I think it's a red envelope. Isn't this the envelope they went from 7 years ago? Think about the text of the letter again. There were 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. And this is page 2. Well, dry the enclosed stamp. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor. In other words, if I have this straight, the stamp, poison, on the stamp, lick lick, gasp, end quote. Now, what if he had done exactly as the letter asked? He would sign the document, put it in the envelope, and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would put it in his letterbox. 15 minutes wouldn't have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letter. But the clock started ticking, and when the time came, he drew his last breath. And the murder weapon would be taken away from the scene. Quite convenient, thanks to the postal system! I know, don't we love the postal system? Such a splendid imagination you have, forehead. Dude. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So this poison stamp was inside the envelope from 7 years ago. Ja? Is that what you have us believe? Really? Well? It is a little bit of a stretch, but there's a possibility. There's a very small possibility. How small, I wonder? A poison stamp in this envelope, a stamp that then became the murder weapon. How do you intend to prove this seeming coincidence? Well, it was 7 years ago, and we don't even know who sent that letter. And your answer is silence, I see. Very well, I move to... It's not nice to pick on the Fräulein Klavier. He's back. Emma! Did you make... Was that on purpose that she said Fräulein? Just to make him feel uncomfortable? Well, like my Christoph Gavin impression? Did I sound like him? Don't quit your day job! Don't you have a crime scene to be looking at after, Fräulein Detective? Someone have to come to dig you all out of the mess you're making of this case. Mess? You know, none of this would have happened if you just trust in science a little more. You can't find out if the stamp was in that envelope easy. Care to explain yourself, Fräulein Detective? Glare at me all you want, but science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right? That's right, the poison detection spray! Produce the red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority of the court. Yay! Oh, there it is. Yay! Well, will you look at that? No mistaking it. That's atroquidine residue. I don't believe it. A murder weapon from the past. Now 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last. Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. Why didn't this murder weapon take place 7 years ago? Well, it's one possibility.
Maybe Mr. Mission figured it out.
Figure what out?
He realized that the person who sent that letter wanted him dead. So he sent his reply with a different stamp.
And he put his decisive evidence in a frame. You're still here! Okay. Can I make a statement here on the record? I, Sparks, Restitute Russell, claim this scoop is mine. Your mission killed in cold blood. By sender of 7-year-old later. End quote. No, maybe something more succinct. Sour falls of the 7-year delay. End quote.
Order.
I see no room for further argument here, though I admit this is all coming as quite a shock. To think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years. Stamp this ticket straight to afterlife. End quote.
I think the witness is a bad influence on a judge.
I see no need for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant.
Apollo!
I think we just won. Very well, this court finds the defendant. Claudia, why? Xavier, you motherfucker.
Is this the bright future of a legal system?
Prosecutor Gavin?
A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago. Ticket for Gavin that shows are invalid after 2 weeks.
But it doesn't make sense any other way.
It boggles my mind that so many people haven't noticed this. There's a fatal contradiction in her forehead's claim.
A contradiction?
A poison stamp was placed in this envelope 7 years ago, whereupon it was framed up until now. If that's the case, then why would Remission have done what he did? Emma explained that he must have realized it was poisoned. There ain't lights to the rub. 7 years ago, the forger drew Remission sends a trap and put the stamp in a frame. I do not debate this, but this begs the question, why 7 years later did he use a stamp on the night of the murder? Surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Mission simply forgot. Did he forgo, Hey Judge? Hey Judge? Fuelen? Did he forgo? Yeah? He put the murder weapon in a frame on his desk for 7 years and forgo. You expect us to believe he sprung the trap on himself? Apollo feels like the kind of man who would do awawas. You know the awawa? He would do awawa. Awawa.
Well, I admit this is quite shocking myself. It does seem highly unlikely that he would fall of a trap that had been sitting on his desk for 7 years.
Apollo! I don't think we're winning anymore. I'm glad to see we're all back in the real world now.
Welcome back to reality. We've been waiting for you.
Okay, then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope? The poison stamp. Where exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to court for us? I see no proof that such a thing ever existed. What about the atroquinine residue, huh? I agree, there does seem to be a atroquinine residue. For her forehead, it's certainly no stamp. Yeah, but even if your precious poison stamp did exist, Remission never would have used it. That is all.
I believe we come to a conclusion. Again.
Apollo, were we wrong the whole time? I can't believe it. The poison traces match up. It can't be coincidence.
I like to bring some closure to this issue sometime this year. Mr. Justice?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Mission received a red envelope. There were traces of the poison atroquinine on a document inside the envelope. A similar trace was also found at the scene of the crime on this tiny picture frame. Defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope. An envelope that left the scene of the crime with the poison stamp on it. Yes, but even if this envelope contained a poison stamp, Andrew Misham, knowing this, put it in a frame, he never would have used a stamp. I'm afraid you're right, which means there is a fatal flaw in the defense's case. I haven't been on the wrong track this whole time, I'm sure of it. The traces of atroquinine, the envelope, the frame, Andrew Misham's mysterious death, they're all connected somehow. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us? Defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We've seen that the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be a fake. Ah, fake clue. Fascinating. And if we find this fake, your wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable, Ja. The fake clue that's thrown us off the poison's trail is none other than... Well, it can't be the envelope. The envelope exists. And it can't be the frame, because the frame exists. Like, we know that thing, we tested it. I guess it's Misham. Like, we haven't even seen the body. The victim was a fake clue? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'll explain. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug linked by poison. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself. Congratulations, you've completely lost me. The fake evidence is none other than the master fake himself, the forger. It makes a good story, I'll give you that. The fake clue, fakes, forgeries... Ah! I know that face! That's the I just had an idea face! I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is the fake? Come again? 7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into that very same trap and dies. Why? That's what I want to know. Because the forger who was killed was a fake. Here we are again. The victim was a fake. One forger smelled the trap. One forger fell into the trap. That's two forgers, and one of them was a fake. Order! 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 So you're telling us that Drew Mission, the victim, was a fake. Well, if he was the fake, who was the real forger? You'd better not be claiming there was some kind of switcheroo. I'm afraid you're going to have to back up your story. Okay, but Clavier, I love switcheroos. I'll have you know. Mr. Justice shows just who the real Drew Mission was. If Drew Mission wasn't the real forger, there's only one other person it could have been. Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Mission was himself a forgery. The real forger was... well, the only other person who could have been is... you know? There can be only one explanation, really. The real identity of the forger known as Drew Mission is none other than his only daughter, Vera Mission. Order! 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 Mr. Johnson, this is going out on a limb even for you. I can't agree. I mean, Vera, a forger? Let's consider it before you write it off entirely. If you look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forgery had been taking place in that studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger. Well, actually, that does make a certain kind of sense. One more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger studio. Drew Misham's and Vera Misham's. If we know that Drew Mission wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility by process of elimination. The forger was Vera Misham. Well... don't air guitar me. You know, Clover, we need to talk about this. This relationship is not gonna work if you keep air guitaring me. I adore him, but he's so annoying. Fascinating. Really? That's all you have to say? Just fascinating? Dick. Vera Misham? You've been paying attention to the trial so far. Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger, Drew Misham? Oh hey, there's light in her eyes now. Was that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? She's staring holes into Prosecutor Gavin's face. I'm used to being stared at by Frolins, believe me. Though they usually talk to me too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art?
Yes.
So the forger Drew mission was you?
Yes, it was me.
What? What?
Well, what do you expect? The court was in an uproar, and it wasn't coming down. We had to break for a 10-minute recess.
Of course we had to.
I don't remember how long this case was. Was it even... Well, it has to be long, because there's a flash... Like, instead of having, like, one more case... With this one, it's like this case also has the flashback case, because there's always a flashback case in this series. The very important flashback case. October 8, 1:24 p.m. District Court, defendant lobby number 6.
Ah, there it is. Something that is not 2 or 3 or 4.
Okay, so where exactly does this leave us, Apollo?
Well, the Drew Mission who was killed wasn't Drew Mission the forger, basically.
Well then, who was he?
Well, he was actually... doing her nails. So you really made those forgeries.
Yes. For father. I know it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent. The talent for making forgeries? What should I say? It was not only paintings I made. Even the materials, I could make anything.
Anything.
Father was so proud. And I so happy. But in the end, I was making those
forgeries.
I've never had a good constitution nor personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now, because of me, Father is... Do you know anything about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago.
So you were already, you know,
well into your criminal career, I guess?
You were already creating your works back then.
I started when I was only 12 years old.
So the one who figured out the stamp was poison, that was... Mr. Justice, it's time! To the courtroom, please, or we will have to whack your balls.
Right.
Out of time.
Wait, Vera, just one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio. I painted those as part of my work. Right, see, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings. I see. Mr. Justice.
Yes?
Father, he knew of you. What of you?
Your late father.
He was watching, gathering information. about the right and cool law officers. But lately we're not doing just law. Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano. Well, they're not really gags. And also Daddy doesn't really play the piano. Yet when Father heard you had resumed the legal business. How pleased he was. Who was Mr. Misham?
How am I supposed to know?
What if he was Daddy's daddy?
Judging from the relative ages involved, I say it's highly unlikely. Things are really confusing enough with all these daddies running around. Several of them dead. We know that the victim's daughter, Vera, was a forger. What does this mean for the case? I guess we're about to find out.
October 8, 1:37 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3.
Court is now back in session. Vera seems pretty tense, which... yeah. It's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. That doesn't sound very safe in a court of law. Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up this Drew mission for your persona? There's that stare again. She's drilling more holes into his head.
I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy.
So see, that's the difference between staring at a man because he's handsome and staring at a man because like you remember him or something. What's hard? Very well, miss, if you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries?
Please don't talk like that to her.
Perhaps you rather answer my question. Were you the one who painted that painting? The remarkably similar one?
Yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it.
So she was the one who made the forgeries?
Yet she did not wish to reveal the truth of their operation.
So the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. The world at large, she was the forger, not her.
I've done a bad thing, haven't I?
Regardless, we need a little more information about, for instance, this. You have seen this before, ja?
Yes. It was in the desk drawer.
Very well, you may proceed with your cross-examination. I mean, your testimony. The cross-examination is afterwards. I forgot. Tell us everything you know about this envelope. He has to testify before I can poke her testimony for holes. Or poke her holes directly.
I created things and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting. Father handled the deal, all of it. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio.
There certainly was much of great interest in your testimony. Not that the witness realizes it. Very well, please begin the cross-examination.
Right, okay.
I need more information about this forger. This Drew Misham. I mean, he's a girl's father, but... clearly he was using her. So these things you were making, you mean paintings identical to other paintings, right?
The closer they were, the happier Father was. I was happy too.
Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin? When did you begin this work?
My first painting saw when I was 12.
Your Honor, she had no idea what she was doing was illegal. Is it there, little attorney? You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery. True. Please tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have killed your father.
Alright.
Huh? By other than a painting, you mean you'd only done paintings up to that point?
Yes, but father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings.
For instance?
For instance, a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint left upon a cup, or a signature on a document, seal upon a letter.
None of this makes her sound very innocent at all. And the 100,000 promised in this letter was the start. The beginning of a new industry for Drew Mission. A new industry. The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words. Oh. I think I need to save these for last. What do you mean you received it?
Did I do something wrong?
You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back! A troquinine! A moment, Heffelhead. You can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps, you would tell me, Fräulein Vera, why did you receive this stamp? Is something wrong?
It was beautiful.
You mean it was one of those commemorative stamps?
Yes, I think it was.
So, you didn't know about the poison? I guess not. The trap failed by chance, by mistake, thanks to this commemorative stamp. Quite a close call. You mean you moved to where the current Drew studio is?
Yes. We saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books.
This single job had tied them to the criminal in the well. I think Mr. Mission wished to reduce their visibility in the world at large.
When we had to meet someone for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work.
So that was the real essence of the artist's mission. You did the work and he supplied the face. So you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much indeed you were in.
Apparently not.
About this commemorative stamp, could you tell us more about it?
It was very pretty, and more than that.
Yes?
It was a picture of people I liked at the time.
This is something new. Apparently we got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you would be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fräulein.
The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it.
Wait. So, you mean... these guys? Really? Those magicians you liked, was it this bunch?
Apollo, they're not a bunch!
I see. Still I have to wonder. Why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter?
Good question. Well, pretty stamps are always better, and you can't beat the true grammary.
But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think? Prosecutor Gavin?
Oh, Gavin.
You remember, don't you? You remember. You remembers. Prosecutor Gavin? Mari. What's with Gavin? May I ask just one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, just stated this was your first work that was other than a painting. Please tell me, what exactly did you make?
Can I ask what?
No! Answer the question! Now!
Eek!
Clavier, you're being very rude with the Frolen. Be nice to the Frolen, Clavier. Prosecutor Gavin, you're usually not one whose volume concerns me.
Yes, it is unbecoming of me, I apologize.
But I must know. Please, Miss Mission, tell me.
It was a book. A single page in a book.
A book? Please be more specific.
It was a handwritten book. Like a diary.
No, I don't know. He remembers. This is the Clavier Gavin has a bad time moment of the game, which is always fun.
What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost.
Miss Mission, this book. Was there a picture of a steel hat on the back cover? Yes or no?
How did you know?
Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. He's told you nothing, has he? Your soil solid meant nothing? Solid? Who? Phoenix, right? Who else?
Daddy?
He never told you about the trial 7 years ago. About how he came to lose his attorney's badge. It was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know. A certain diary. In the bag it wore the mark of a steel hat.
What?
Phoenix Wright dust out of the profession by false evidence. And the forger who made that evidence... Is this girl standing right in front of me?
Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Mission you to forge that evidence? For all of our sakes, who was it? We only met once.
You met the client? Well, who was it?
It was... What's going on with Vera? He's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again.
Yes, what? Is there something about me?
I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book, the diary.
Who was it? Vera? And there she goes.
The devil. Defendant Vera Mission, condition unconscious. Examiner's diagnosis, acute atroquinine poisoning. Teehee. This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Mission. Vera Mission once, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. She is currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason.
A very simple case at first glance, until it finally began to show its true colors. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. Oh, hi Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. In some ways that was the starting point of it all. And that is where we must go. To find the whole truth. Yay! We're going to the flashback part of the game. Don't you love when a flashback happens? I don't. But this is a fun flashback. There are a couple of good flashbacks, and this is a good time. This is one of the goodest ones. Oh, really? We're doing the thing again? Well, well. "7 years earlier." It is Wright's final trial. Before, he got his badge back. April. Oh. Oh god, sorry. Sorry. I'm dying. It's okay. I'm just slowly dying. It's fine. April 19, 27 a.m. District Court, defendant lobby number 2. Okay. It's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Good to try and relax. Good morning, Mr. Enigma. I am sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand I'm asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Actually, it wasn't, trust me. Baby! Morning, Daddy. I'm so glad you came. You okay, Daddy? They picking on you? I'm fine as always. This old boy here is here. This old boy is here to help me after all. That's a young man to you. I'm still in my 20s. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks. My first show's today after all. Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about? Oh, old boy. Huh? Me? Lose what he started. Here. What's this? I don't know, I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important. What's this? A memo for you or some such? Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? We'll get through it. Somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy, I hear. An easy Withen, yes. They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. I haven't heard words like that since my boyfriend was around, and he's kind of occupied these days. A lot of Interpol shit. You know? And of course, that's one of those every year. Switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know it is a difficult situation to put you in. But allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes? You will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So do your best, but do not worry. First time my defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can. I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes. Isn't that right, Frucy?
Yep, you bet, Daddy.
My first look at the case was only yesterday, and the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can. For their sake, let me check that core record. I believe the curtains will be lifting anytime soon. Anytime now. No? Ah yes, my very important badge that proves my identity. That's a very clean shot to the head. Can I point out that this is the cleanest shot to the head I've ever seen? Like, this man should be, like... I know, it's an Ace Attorney game. So, you can't exactly show horrifying corpses. But, his brain should be splattered all over that pillow. And the back of the bed. Just saying. Let's see, Magnifigrammari, age 67. He looks way older than 67. Estimated time of death, April 13th. Between 11 and 11:30 p.m. Loss of blood from bullet wound. Malignant tumor found in the victim's liver. It seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I'll give thanks. Farewell. Okay. I am in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. My client is Shady Enigma, known to the world as Sagrammari, a wildly popular magician, star of Truth Grammari. His mentor, Magnifigrammari, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic until he was shot dead. And Sagrammari is the suspect. April 19, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. Court is now in session for the trial of Shady Enigma. The defense is ready, Your Honor. God, it looks so weird. Yeah, no, like the quality of the sprites, with the fact that they've been like enhanced rather than redrawn, it is a little bit. It's not as jarring as I was worried it would be, but it is a little bit jarring, mostly because is it just me or it feels like Clavier is much larger than Phoenix. Is the prosecution ready? I was just thinking, is this what all the fuss is about? Bit of a buzzkill, really. Buzzkill? Is this some new kind of crime? One of the worst. This is a trial, Ja? Well, the sweaty palms, the pounding hearts. A Gavin Esconso got 10 times the thrill this geek's got. Where are you again? Clavier Gavin. I came to get the party started. Legally, Ja. Gavin? Defense of the creeps of Gavins. Ah, figures of my bros are more famous in this power time. Clavier, Gavin. Yeah, like... I would need to put them side by side, but it feels like Clavier's shoulders are way larger than Phoenix's. And his head too, like the head difference in size is noticeable. Also the background, because this is using the old background, like the old game's background. It feels like they might have reused the ones that were redrawn for the re-releases. But I'm not entirely sure because they're kind of crispy looking. Lead singer for the mega hit band The Gaviners. Get out of your league, rock boy. Damn! I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy. True, my debut single 13 Years Hard Time for Love were platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me compared to this, Ja. Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way. Which I cannot copy because I'm bad at accents. But yeah, no, like, there's also a little less detail on Phoenix's sprite than on Clavier, which makes it a little jarring, especially hair-wise. Like, there is a visible difference, but I feel it's the size that is, like, bugging me. They look very different in size. I would need to check, like, side-by-side comparison again. I'm actually willing to take screenshots of these just to check, like, midstream. I don't care. Like, I'm just painfully curious about this. Like, I'm just gonna take a little screenshot, and then I'm gonna wait until Clavier comes around. I'm gonna take another little screenshot. I'm just getting warm up. Hey, attorney, right? Okay. Little screenshot of Clavier. And let's see, copy that boy. Like, I need to do this or else it's gonna bother me the entire time. Okay, let's check. Yeah, like, they look... There's something about the size of Clavier's head that makes it look kind of weird. I'm doing this in paint. I'm not having, like... I could be doing this on something that I can use layers on, but, like, I don't want to open Photoshop. It's a pain in the ass. I guess I could have opened Krita. But yeah, no, there's something about the size of the sprites that is kind of weird. Like, there's also a difference in the quality of the sprites, like, clearly. But something about the size is also weird. Something about it is weird. It was weird in the DS version, so I'm not surprised that it's weird now, but something bugs me about it. Perhaps you could be so kind as to fill us in on the case. Action, baby! Time to call on the opening act. What was his name again? Ah yes, Detective Gumshoe. Hit it! Gumshoe! What are you up to? Oh, Gumshoe, you also look weird. And you are? Hey, you were the one who called me up here, sir? Yeah, his sprite looks like shit. Like his hair and everything. God, especially in comparison with, like... I don't particularly like the style of the redrawn for the re-release of the first trilogy. But it looks so much better than this. Jesus Christ. I'm so sorry, Gumshoe. Your hair is so bad. Name's it, Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the present. Detective Gumshoe, long time no see. What are you up to these days? Hey, you! Me? Today's the day, pal. Today I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, see? What, do you normally lack confidence in your testimony? Detective, this is my stage. Can the antics? Huh? All these hey Ewing and such. And I could care less about your history together. But it's my funny character trait. Very well, Detective Gumshoe. If you would, please tell us about the case at hand. It happened 6 days back in a room at the General Hospital. The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient, asleep in a hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam! Lights out. Them's the facts. Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifique Grimari, was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were. Ah, yes. The great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name Magnifique to one of my generation, and you'd be lucky to get a blank stare. Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say Troop Grimari has made quite a name for themselves. Anyhow, the retired Magnifique's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? Malignant tutor or something. doing something to his liver, I think. Yeah. Malignant tumor, perhaps. In other words, he had liver cancer.
He had only 3 months left to live, in fact.
Well, whoever killed him could have just, you know, let him die normally, I guess. The facts do seem simple enough, but something's not right. The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him? I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit a murder when the victim was about to die? Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. Diabetes? In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin. When he was shot with a pistol, the syringe was found at the crime scene. Why? Like, okay, I guess I need to put this on context. I mentioned this before, but like, I actually do have family members who use insulin. Like, personally, I've seen them. And I guess I'm curious because, like, what's the call record? Estimated time of death, between 11 and 30 p.m. That's... Like, I'm trying to think, because the thing about insulin is that you would, depending on the type of insulin, you either inject it very early, like in the early morning, because it's a kind of insulin that is absorbed during the day. Like, it's basically slow-acting insulin, to put it easily. I don't know how it's called in English. I know how it's called in Spanish. And otherwise, you would use, like, fast-acting insulin before eating. Like, you calculate how much you would need depending on how much sugar intake you're gonna get from the food that you're eating. And then you would measure yourself when you know, after a couple of hours after eating, to see, like, you know, where your sugars are going. So it's weird that he would have injected himself at 11. Like, that's a weird way of doing it. Unless he was having like a diabetic, like, shoot up, like, unless his sugars were going crazy. Because the reality is that at that kind of hour, you would be measuring your levels. To see if the one that you apply yourself before dinner is working, like what your numbers are. In fact, some people, this is the case in for me, for the person that I have close by that happens to be insulin dependent. If your sugars start going a little too low, you have to eat again to make sure that at night you'll be okay, because for some people, insulin gets much lower when you sleep. So, like, because you're processing everything, like, you're consuming the sugar, so your sugar levels are lowering, so you wouldn't need the extra insulin. So it's kind of... I know it can be different for some people, but there's something weird about, like, shooting yourself with insulin around 11. Like, that just feels kind of off to me. But to be fair, most people don't know how insulin works because they don't have insulin dependency. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life. Well, yeah, he would have been at the end of his life even without, you know, the syringe, like the diabetes situation, because, you know, liver cancer. I guess, depending on the type of cancer, you could, like, cut off part of the liver and let it regrow. It's easier than a transplant, but, like, depending on how bad the cancer was, it was... If he only had 3 months to live, then probably no solution to that except a full transplant, maybe. And most wouldn't give a transplant to a man who is very old, although 67 is not that old, but he looked like he's like 80, so I believe the question before us is clear then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had?
Very well, detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting?
Yes, sir. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir.
What?
What?
Yeah, my honest reaction to that.
Literally my honest reaction to that.
Sorry, I had to sneeze. I don't know what's going on with me. It's like I'm dying. Every day I feel like I'm dying, physically speaking.
You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting?
Those are the facts. I have the letter in question. My beloved student Zack, do you entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain? God damn it, I'm trying to finish that. Come on the 13th, 11:05 p.m. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we won't know the reason why. Magnifique Ramari.
Very unusual indeed. Although could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull the trigger, I wonder?
I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter.
Ah, you cannot refuse, and we won't know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court? Fortunately, you and the defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir.
One thing's bothering me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason? The devil is in the details, Herr Attorney.
Well, was there some reason?
As it turns out, there was every night for a half hour, starting at 11. The victim, Magnifique Ramari, was given an IV.
An IV.
There it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed. At 11, a doctor would come to set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night without fail. So that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption during his IV. Eh.
Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would.
What's his reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder?
He could have at least mentioned it to me.
Let's see.
How can you be so sure? Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself, get that noggin cranking.
You failed to grasp the concept of questioning, detective. Also, yeah, Phoenix's voice is different, like it's a lot more high-pitched. I do remember they changed voice actors by Dual Destinies, but I do not remember them having changed it for Apollo Justice. So I wonder why they changed.
As we got this letter, it says shoot in the forehead, loud and clear.
I can't see that, but I still wouldn't do it.
Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a bad one, pal.
You failed to grasp the concept of shooting people is bad, detective.
We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene.
Traces of gunpowder residue shows that it had been fired recently.
Well, Mr. Wright, as far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim. The photo. Maybe there's something in there I can use. They're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. I think there's a hole in the prosecutor's argument. Clearly Mr. Enigma shot something else. Look at this photo. Another possibility occurs to me. Yes? What does the letter tell us? The defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes. Bingo, pal! That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead. Oh, the defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make. What? And you can prove... What? And you can prove that with this photo? Yeah, I can prove he had a choice, yes. The defendant may have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot? Don't worry, here. The clown doll? Yeah, like, it has a hole. Like, right there. Take a closer look. See? It's been shot in the forehead too. Ah! There's a hole in its forehead! Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim. Ah, and I suppose they have a reason as to why he shot the clown doll. He didn't just shoot the doll, he shot the doll's forehead. His forehead. Ah! Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead. Which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That the hole in the clown's forehead, it definitely looks like he was shot. Whack some balls, I mean send someone to investigate this matter, and then whack his balls. I admit I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim. Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead as ordered, but the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life. The bullet hole in the clown's old forehead does demand an explanation. It might very well be a clue. Yet, Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim. So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. Don't worry, Phoenix. At least he's not winner. He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get. That's what she said. Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony. So what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal! Okay. You mean this pistol, the one in the crime scene photo? That's the one. It's a funny looking gun, so there's no mistaking it. We'll compare the bullet taken from the victim's skull with a bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. So you verify the murder weapon, in other words. You bet we did! Why are you so certain? A wet pile of sand has your head been stuck in all this time, pal. You never heard of second Valence quick draws shoot 'em? Huh? What's that? One of the defendant's specialties. Second Valence stand on either side of a girl. Then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. This was one of the pistols they used in their show. Got a great design, huh? The kids love it. Many boys and girls joined the police because of that pistol, I hear. You know, that would explain a lot about the police force. Yeah. It explains both their stupidity and incompetence. True, Mary stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held on to that pistol ever since. The court would like to see the pistol in question. You got it, sir. Here it is. Well, this really is a blast from the past. It's a stage pistol for magic, sure, see? But it can fire real bullets. It looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, but it can only hold one round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty. And it shows traces of having been fired recently. So, were any fingerprints found on the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. We might say that a lack of fingerprints is, in fact, a fingerprint of its own. Aha! Intriguing point, well made. Whoa, 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 whoa! Not well made, not intriguing! Bad judge, bad. Sit. Have a treat. In any case, the court accepts this evidence. God fucking damn it. My grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this. But now it's time to return to our testimony. Oh wait, no, I didn't mean to press. So let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim. Hey, not bad, not a bad summary, pal. More about confirmation than a summary, but whatever. That was really more of a confirmation than a summary. But our defense attorney seems pleased enough with himself. Do these people ever miss a chance to mock me? Well, now that Mr. Wright's gotten that out of his system, shall we continue with the testimony? I didn't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. This testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention and read this letter carefully. That was my mistake, I didn't mean to, Oh god, I did it again! I hate that. I wish the buttons were larger. Yeah.
Objection!
The trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, but like I just said, pal, after he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and...
Objection!
did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not. The weapon, how? It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. Ah. If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim too. Yeah. That's not a contradiction, not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot.
Objection!
Oh, where did he get this extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it. I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this part is just getting started. And I haven't proven anything yet beyond my good looks and startling record sales. And utter lack of humility. What's this? It seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared. Like I said, head detective was just the warm-up act. Now the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come. They're ready. Ready for what? For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who you will find can prove one thing for us. That it was Sakura Mari who shot the victim in the forehead. Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess. This might be my lucky break. I need that 15 minutes to talk to my client. Zach. Court is adjourned. Thanks, Judge. And I will need those 15 minutes to get myself a cup of coffee. I honestly just need 5, but you know. April 19, 11:21 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Okay, now that we're here, and there's music playing, I'm gonna go get myself some coffee. God, I really love the, this is from Trials and Tribulations, I think. They were using a lot of music on the first trilogy, but there's a couple of stuff that is mixed differently, and a couple of, like, songs that are different. I think this might not have changed, but it does feel like if it did, it's from Trials and Tribulations. Like, don't get me wrong, I love the Apollo Justice soundtrack, it's probably the best in the series, but what can I do? I also do like a lot of the Phoenix Wright section of the series. I'm actually kind of afraid that the next two games are gonna have worse music. I don't know why. It's a fear that I have. Something that haunts me. Anyway, I'm gonna go get myself some coffee and then, well, see where this goes. I know where it goes, but we'll see where it goes. We'll experience where it goes, I guess, since I already know more or less where it goes. Be back in a sec. Okay, I'm back. Just, there we go. Now we're ready. I have my coffee. Everything is terrible. Okay, that's an exaggeration. But everything will be terrible, because this guy sucks. Not literally, but like metaphorically. It's just bad for everyone involved. Anyway, back to where we were. If my nose will stop itching. Thank you. Thank you, nose. Very impressive, Mr. Right. I have to say, expecting nothing less. We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually. I did not think you would believe me if I told you. But then that you discovered the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know? I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened? Ah, the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Right. You're scared Trucy. Speaking of which, where is she? You have seen the problem yourself. The letter. The one shot in the forehead one, right? Yes, the reason he speaks of. I could not deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death. Why not? This is something I will not say. For now, at least. What's this for now business? Dude, like, you're in a trial for murder. I kinda need you to be honest. Zack, I'm going to say this very directly. I had less issue communicating with Matt Engarde. / Matt Engard. I guess it's Matt Engard. But Engarde sounds funny. Like, I had less issue communicating with the guy who was in fact completely guilty of the crime. Well, arguably guilty of the crime. He sent a killer to do the job, but he paid for it, so you know what I mean. I have done many things in my life, some well, some poorly. But this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves. We? You wanted to know about the night of the incident. Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. 2. Yes, the one I had used on stage, and the one that had been used by my partner Valent. Oh, for the second Valent's quick draw thing. My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, here under the light sounds of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then. For a moment. You faltered. You mean you thought about shooting him? Recall there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request. Not his first. So there were other requests you couldn't refuse before. To be honest, I've not always been steadfast, and I fear I brought pain upon Trucy. Was Magnific coercing his disciples somehow? Is what was going on in True Grammari? Oh, Phoenix. Drama. Drama and bullshit. If my memory serves me right. Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. Clown. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. In your pocket? I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you will find it to be different than the one in my mentor. What were those called? Rifling marks. Yes, well, that is all I have to tell you. Concerning the case. Concerning the case? You mean there's something else you can tell me? You are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright. Thanks? Yes, there is something. My mentor, his eyes opened. What? Magnific Grammari? The old devil. He was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. And there we have our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion. Maybe 5-10 minutes or so. What did you talk about? Ah, Mr. Wright. Did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case. Sagramari, he seems pretty steadfast to me. Or maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom. Am I gonna get my balls worked? Yes! God fucking damn it, it's the third time this month. Once again, I am in your hands. Right, let's get back in there. Before I decide to change careers. April 19th, 11:37 AM, District Court, Quorum number 7. Court is now back in session. During no recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head. Well, this is news. And the rifle marks? There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis. So they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon. Well, that's not very conclusive, is it? Sorry, I had to sneeze. Okay. Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. Your decisive witness. How many times have I heard those words? Oh my god, again. Phoenix, are you asking like decisive witness like in this game or like in general? Because since you began being a lawyer, since you began lawyering, I would argue you heard it like at least once per case, if not more. But yeah, at least once per case, and I apologize. I'm drinking my coffee, okay? Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Oh, don't worry, Mayaka, I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he's intimately acquainted with the players in our little production, being the other half of True Grammari's famous duo, Zack and Valant. Valant Grammari. So we get to meet the great Magnifi's older disciple. When he was young and spiff and didn't have like a little bed. Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation. Valant Grammari, magician. And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student, your partner's guilt. Fate, the grand illusion filled with traps and tricks. Wait, the shooting took place in the hospital after 11 o'clock at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late? If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes! Okay. I always get the characters, don't I? Phoenix, you will never have a normal witness. That's just how it is. I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this. That looks very familiar. Wait. That's the same letter Sagramari received. Yes, or perhaps as you said, ta-da! Order, order, order. And what does it say? Surely not the same thing. Perhaps you should see for yourself. Well, it's practically the same. Yeah. Do you entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain? Come on the 13, 11:20 p.m. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we will know why. The reason why. Magnific Grammari. So he had about 15 minutes for Zack to maybe or maybe not kill him, and then Valant would just walk in. The court accepts this into evidence. This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks. What exactly was your... Oh god damn it, give me a sec.
It was the door again. It was the door again. It was just the door again.
It's windy today. Like, I need to remind myself to just use the key on the door to make sure that the wind will not blow it. It's kind of light like that, not a heavy door. Sadly. What exactly was your trip Grammari up to? By which you mean? I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him.
Judge, some old men have weird fetishes. You should know, you are an old man.
Who definitely has some odd fetishes at least. But one of them no less.
It's a test, okay?
Don't worry about it. It's just my opinion, Judge.
But from these letters I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them.
Yeah, kinda. We walk the magician's path together, and in doing so share much of our lives. When people are so close, there is strain, a warping of relations, you may say. Yet this has nothing to do with the case at hand. By which you mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes me wonder even more about this reason they couldn't refuse. Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zach Grammari, stands accused. Tell us why. Oh, I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red roses rise singing hymns to the miracle that is magic.
Fascinating.
Though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene. In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. As every magician knows, timing is everything. Yes, and now it's time to get this party fire up. God fucking damn it, Clavier. Don't encourage him. At night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnifi requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. That sweet kiss I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police. Okay. So you were the one who reported the crime. Indeed, I would think this fact alone would clear my name of suspicion. Let's not jump to any conclusions. Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zach Grammari, is guilty. And if it wasn't Zach Grammari, then the killer was you, Valant. And no disappearing act will get you out of that. Okay, so you supposedly shot the clown. There were 2 bullet holes at the scene, one in the victim and one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you. No doubt my partner Zach has said much the same thing. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed the murder. I better dig around a bit more and see what I turn up. Mr. Valant, let me ask you about something else concerning the crime scene. Namely, not the bullet, because they would be the same time. Not the location, because it's probably like it would be in the same place as the other one. So it has to be the number of pistols that is important. How many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what precisely? 2 pistols were used in the second Valant quick draw shoot 'em, correct? 1 for each of you. You are well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. What did Zach tell me back in the lobby? Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time, and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. I took the pistol I had fired, and placed it in my pocket. I see no problem with the statement. Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene after all. So you picked that pistol and fired it? Indeed I did. I like a Sam. I like a sing. I like a boom. Is the number of pistols really so important?
Quite important.
Number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony.
What can I do but obey?
Only one pistol was in the hospital room that night. With it, I shot the clown. Okay, but like then it makes no sense because like shouldn't this pistol this pistol has the same like we confirmed that the bullets are the same, so this is the only pistol that was there, so you had to have shot Grammari.
Objection!
Like according to the defendant Zach Grammari, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on the table. 2? One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead, then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, he must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Vallant just has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. What might that be? I told you I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. That's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Vallant. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. When you compare the bullet taken from the victim's skull with a bullet fired from this gun, the rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. Ah. Mr. Vallant, if you fire this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead. Order! 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 Well, this is all rather sudden. What have I done? Prosecutor Gavin? I owe the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proves the type of gun that fired them. But that's not what you told us before. You said you'd verify the murder weapon. Which is why I'm apologizing to you now. Quite sincerely, am I not? Will you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? That was just this morning. I am still young. How young? 17. He does not look like a 17-year-old. Wait. God, you look like shit. Like, that beard is ridiculous. And I might add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took 1 pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion now. Vallant Grammari? Yes, Your Honor? You were presented to this court as a decisive witness. But you've proven to be more divisive than decisive. Damn.
Objection!
You'll see in time. The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next, yeah? Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin? When Mr. Vallant entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot, as his next testimony will prove. Right? The real fire is about to begin. Bring it, child. Very well. The witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what. I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. And the one in that room at the time was my partner, not me. Really? Those times are rather close, you have to admit. You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. You use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi. It's easy to explain in this situation, Head Judge. For example, the court of view hit single 13 years hard time for love. Cue to the song, press the play button and it will play for 2 minutes 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result is the same. Their debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long. What a ripoff! Oh, Phoenix, just wait until you get to the 2020s. Everything is like TikTok length. Like, all songs are TikTok length, and it's terrible. I feel like an old man just arguing about it, but like, it sucks. Like, don't get me wrong, not everything has to be a rock opera. Not everything has to be a 10-minute song with like 3 guitar solos and shit. We don't necessarily need that. Even I think it's ridiculous. But come on, guys. Put in some effort. I don't give a shit about TikTok length music. I mean, some TikTok length music is good, but it's more incidental unless the fact that it was made so it could be viral on TikTok, and I hate it. Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus Pocus requires admirable focus. And in the time of death determined by the doctor, there is an incontrovertible truth. Very well. The prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times, and we can expect a cross-examination to require the same level of precision. I would hope the defense refrains from its customarily broader sweeping accusations. Lest we blur the focus this case so clearly demands, Ja. Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright. Carry on. Right. Shine on, you crazy diamond. Let's see. Okay. I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time? We do usually get an estimated time of death, true? I'm not sure I've had a verified time of death. Magic reveals in making the complex appear simple, but in reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction. I see another person has done their arithmetic homework. The point here is that the IV the victim was taken. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. Recall what we had earlier about the victim, Magnifique Ramari's schedule. Every night at 11, Magnifique took an IV drip for 30 minutes. I can see the IV bag right there, yes. Now look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the back to the end. Ah! The needle's been removed. Obviously, it fell out when he was shot. What? What do you mean it fell down when she... Okay. No. Like, you know how thick those needles are? They're not small. Like, that shit is like... No, that makes no sense. Not with an impact that clean. You don't notice this when you play it for the first time, if you're a teenager and young and you don't know shit about anything, but like, I never experienced it myself, but I've seen people with IV drips, like, that's definitely not how it works. When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. Ah, you could just measure the remaining IV liquid. Precisely. The IV liquid functions for our purposes as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began. And so it was when I, Valand, entered that room. 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Did that seem important? Probably, yeah. Well, seeing how it is the biggest clue we have to the time of death... kind of important. I'd say it's very important. Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold the power of arithmetic. Very well. The witness without this detail to his testimony. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. The water of life springs not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence. Uh-huh. Do you notice the IV yourself by any chance? When first I entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then, he left arm, the spy arose wrapping and wilted. It's torn the discarded IV needle. Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot, luckily for you. That is so not how it works. Like, that is so not how it works. If that IV had not been there, why, you might be a suspect. Undoubtedly so. I hate words. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color. Your lucky color? Indeed, even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self. For it always without fail brings me luck. Why, when second Valand won the first Magician's Grand Prix? Yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians. I was adorning this attire then to an honor trophy, a bust. Ah, what a day that was. This is one trip down memory lane no one needs. My lucky color, yes indeed, and that IV too. I say I think 'twas hued especially for me, Valant. That does seem to be the case indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony? Alan sure looks happy with himself. Okay, how about this lucky color testimony? Kind of a contradiction considering the thing is green in the photo. It certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck, but not this time. Mr. Valant, your lucky colors betrayed you. I'm afraid you've lost me. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence. What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well-based. Don't worry, I got all your bases right here. I am made of bases. I am mega-based. Very well. Let's hear the defense claim. Where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valant has told us? Photo? The crime scene tells all, Your Honor. The photo of the crime scene? Oh, this talk of color has me yearning for black and white clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, Herr White, just where is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure, and I assure you it's quite simple, but I can't promise anything in black and white. Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What in this photo contradicts the witness's testimony? Valant Grammari, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes? I don't take the mystery out of it, but yes. Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright? Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene. Well, who is this? Confusion, doubt. Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy? Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valant. Look at that ivy bag. Ah. Ooh, what is this? What? For magic. It would be hard to call the ivy liquid yellow, and I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph. Ah. Alakas. Sana! Ooh, bunnies! Aw, they're cute. Order! 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 What does this mean? This is some kind of mistake! Yes, Prosecutor Gavin, your witness's mistake. The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitutes for experience. Well, Angramari, as you're reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the ivy is clearly not. Well, this contradiction can mean only one thing. And to think, you almost had me. I see your true colors now, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright. How dare you? How dare you use my title against me like that? You goddamn teenager. You're not even old enough to drink. Is there something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence. Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean? How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree at a glance the liquid does appear as sort of greenish yellow, but I assure you the liquid itself is quite yellow. A yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green. Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself? The bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook? It looks like I want to say light blue. Precisely, figure it out yet? Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and you get green. This, incidentally, is the liquid's true color. I see. Your explanation does have the ring of truth to it. Okay, but like, that doesn't cover the fact that he knew the color. So like, he had to have seen it before. You know? As I thought, there's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is. Grave? The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow? Oh my god! Order! 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 Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid, so I'm sure it means something, but what? I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valen Gramari, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because... well, he had to have seen... well, he knew the IV liquid's color. It's kind of the same as saying he'd seen it before. From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before. But not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. Saw the liquid by itself in a clear colorless bag. I suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what all this means. Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at a hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor. I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if he knew the IV color, the IV liquid's color? Leave the getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny booper fans, ja. The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute oil grass with 20 minutes worth of sun remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin. I remember it well. However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag. Wait, I know! An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right, right? As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. The fact that the music stops. Unlike the sands through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body. At which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in. Let me get this straight, Hellite. You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag? Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's why you knew the IV liquid was yellow. No, wait. I said wait. How might an amateur such as myself essay to perform such a task? I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup. I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat? He has a point, amateurs. I at least would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag. You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He had a liquid to that IV throughout the time of death. How tired of these fairy tales lacking evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to earth? Valan Grammari, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime. May I ask what you're strongly suggesting? Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and that prop was... sorry, my nose. I guess a small syringe. Like, yeah, it seems that it shows no signs of use, but it is possible. The victim's syringe is a perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick, and easy enough for an amateur to use. What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it. And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside, which is already another mistake. Like, I don't know if this is like it's different because it's Japan and they do it differently. But you don't administer insulin with like a regular syringe. Like, there's these things, if you've never seen like an insulin pen, that's what they call anyway, like they're little like pens. Like, you uncap them, you measure the amount of insulin that you want to put, and you press it, and like the needle is especially thin. Like, it's very different from a, like, you will still bleed, clearly, because it's a needle, and then you're piercing yourself, but they're very short and very thin. Precisely because it's something that A, should not hurt you, because you're putting it, like, regularly, so, you know, you have to minimize the pain. And also, because you don't have to inject it very deeply, like... just on, like, I think it's subcutaneous, like it's barely crossing the, like it doesn't really cross muscle or anything. So like you have to be able to just inject it normally on like your stomach, like most people put it on the stomach and your thighs, I believe. So that is specific syringe, not the kind that is used for that kind of thing. Like, it would not be the kind of thing you use. Of course, this happens in like the 2000s, but even by then, I'm pretty sure that the pen style of insulin injection was most common. Like, I don't think you were doing like other kind of insulins before. Like, diabetes treatment has changed a lot. We used to use like cow insulin because that was what was available, and then like more like the insulin that is injected now is like human insulin. Like, it is in fact not taken from humans, but like it is the same kind of like composition. Before, it was basically just cow insulin, so it is more reliable, it works better, it's safer, but also the way that injecting it is different as well. but like I'm pretty sure that by the 2000s, like we were already using the pens, so I don't know. I always have issues with this shit because it's the kind of thing that I know about, so I'm just kind of like looking at this like, guys, do some research, I'm begging you. Now I'm just thinking about fucking Buried Stars and how bad it was, and the stupid like diabetes subplot. Like a pseudo diabetes subplot, I guess. God. Please do research when you write. Please, I'm begging you. Even 10 minutes of research is a lot. Anyway, there should have been traces of insulin left inside. Except not really. Actually, this one makes sense. You know, I'll take it back. This one makes sense because clearly that like syringe was used for something else. So Grammari could have had his pens like, I don't know, in like a mini fridge, which you have to keep it on in cold. Like you have to keep it on a certain temperature. So I guess that's justifies this one because clearly this is the incorrect type of thing to inject yourself with insulin, and insulin has to be kept cold, so there's also that. So, if anything, that could have been Phoenix's strategy in this situation. He could have been like, guys, you don't know shit about insulin, let me just read you a bunch of stuff, and then be like, okay, so that means that he could have used that shit. Well, Valan Grammari, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will. I like a Zack. I love those Banuis, they're so cute. I do believe, well, with this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. Oh, come on! This isn't even the worst case he could have had as a first case. Like, remember Edward's first case? Like, remember that shit? That man had a bad experience with first cases. Like, Gavin is having like a perfectly fine time, I feel. I'm afraid that while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in the bag, the time of death cannot be proven. And that brings our trial to a close for today. Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. I can do a little much needed investigation work. I see that there are no objections. God fucking damn it, Claudia. Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise. Underestimate the young and they'll sweep your feet out from under you. In a way you never ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? You say the witness used this syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid, but there is no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Yes, quite true. Huh? He's admitted it? Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I hoped. This I admit. After all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much? You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin? Proof, High Judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less. What was this? This is the victim's Magnific Grammari's diary. The diary? After going into the hospital, Magnific began writing his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, his startling debut, and of meeting his disciples. This seems he intended for the last chapter to end quite appropriately with his death. Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request. Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal that night, even after the IV had begun at 11 PM. Let's read it, shall we?
The night's IV is in, maybe the last. I leave the rest to them. The first should come soon. This journal may end here, it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hands. All that is left to mine is to... God damn it, I can't read.
This does appear to have been written just before his death.
To lay down this pen. Okay, thanks.
The court accepts this into evidence.
Read the very last part with particular care. This journal may end here or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand.
Of course, by his.
He refers to our defendant, Sacramari.
That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor after all.
But look at what he said before that. This journal may end here or it may go on. It may go on.
Magnifique Grammari intended to write again. That is... if Sacramari didn't pull the trigger.
Okay, but that...
Clavier, I want you to recognize that saying that means nothing because he sent a note to Valant as well. Like, Zack was the first to get there, but if Zack didn't kill him, then Valant still had a chance, and then he wouldn't be able to write again. Because there's like a very small window between one thing happening and the other. This man is a fucking idiot.
I see the defense understand the meaning of this. The victim diaries does not go on, it ends.
Because Magnifique's life was brought to an end by the defendant Sacramari. Order! 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 Prosecutor Gavin! Are you certain that Magnifique Grammari wrote this?
There is no mistake in his handwriting.
Well, these does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifique did intend to continue his diary. Yet if his diary ended here, which plainly it did...
Then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Sacramari.
Well, how do you like me now, right?
Still too green for your tastes? He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he'd overlook such an obvious problem with his precious evidence.
Well, Mr. Wright, the witness's testimony we heard was lacking, but put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case.
If the diary is accepted like this, the trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence.
What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary?
It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment.
Very well, please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright.
Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary. I've just shown the court. Now that we come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive.
Shows evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary.
Alright, I'll be happy to. Decisive evidence proving that the diary didn't end with this page is... oh, Phoenix, this is the thing that ended your career. Temporarily, but 7-year-long end of your career. First, take a close look at this diary. Know that the page has clearly been ripped out.
What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all.
That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page.
I don't believe it!
Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifique Grammari. That's the defense's position.
Oh, wait, let me see that. What in Sam Hill? Why, this is a continuation of the victim's diary.
not the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page in Magnificent's diary. Quite remarkable. Will you care to explain what all this mean, attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Sad Grammari left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valant Grammari. No. No! Anyway!
The handwriting too matches that on the other pages. That is, without a doubt, the genuine article.
Order! Order! Order.
But wait, that's impossible! That old man couldn't have written that.
Objection!
Finally. I don't like the fact that... Like, it's very good usage of... This is one of the things that I really appreciate of Ace Attorney as a visual novel, at least the games that I played. It does make a very good use of empty spaces. Like, this thing of, like, doing the objection and keeping you there. And being like, oh god, what did I do? How did I fuck up? Like, it does it a lot with Daemongant on the first game, on the last game of the first game. I think that's its best usage, by far. And this moment, like, you already know, because this is the final case of Phoenix's career before retaking the bar. But the way that just... Clavier just keeps you there, and then he's just like, finally. Like, it's such a dick move. It's such a dick move. Just making you wait, because you know that this is the end. You know that you're fucked. You know that Phoenix is just loses his badge right here and right there. It's very good, like, tension-wise. I do have to say, I do also appreciate that Clavier feels bad about this. I feel he should feel worse, but I do appreciate that he will eventually feel bad about this later. I also just noticed that that his outfit as an older prosecutor, besides the fact that he takes off the glasses, which are ridiculous, is that same shirt that he's wearing right now, just with like a jacket on top. And it's like, Han, get a different outfit. You just couldn't resist, could you, her right? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Hey, Judge. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin? May I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness. But Prosecutor Gavin! This evidence overturns the current witnesses. I ask only to put it on hold. Please, my new witness has a very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes. No more. I promise, Your Honor. Well, if you put it that way. Mr. Wright, what's your take on this? Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway. So it might as well be sooner. And though this is highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring this surprise witness to the courtroom. God, I love surprise witnesses. I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. Holding trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin. I beg the court's understanding, but I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony. A judiciary deal? The details of this testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain the information to this room.
Very well. And you are the witness, I gather? Yes, sir.
State your name and occupation for the record.
My name's True Mission. I'm a painter. A painter, and you are somehow related to this case? No, well, not per se.
I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Misham, was it? Do you know what this is?
Oh, yeah, I know it well.
How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before?
Yeah, I mean, I made it.
You... what? You made it?
Yes, you might call it one of my works.
The prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Sagramari.
Illegal evidence?
I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to the world at large. The Mission has another side, you might say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words. Forgery?
Well, so we are to understand that this page here is...
a fake. Prepared by a certain defense attorney.
Objection!
Hold it! I didn't prepare this evidence. Ah, the attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume, but what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix, right?
Witness, Mr. Mission, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? I don't know.
What?
Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contact with them.
Okay, but like, see, this is a giant issue because we know that he's expensive, like 100k. Anyone who knows Phoenix knows that he's like, he's not living in poverty, but he's not gonna have 100k to spare for fake evidence. Like, any normal person would be like, well, let's check his finances. If he made a sale, like if Phoenix like bought these, there has to be some trace of it anywhere. Even just knowing how much the guy makes would give you an idea if he's capable of saving to buy for these. And really, there's no way for it to make, like, this makes no sense. Like, there has to be some kind of trail, like some weird bank transactions, or like retiring a certain amount of money, like taking out a certain amount of money from the bank to actually give it in person. Like, this could have been solved as far as like who is guilty of making, or rather of buying these, by just checking like bank records, like extractions, transactions, anything, and nobody did it. It's the same thing with like the letter in the yellow envelope. Like, go to the postal service. That's kind of your job. I know that this is very much an abstraction, but it kind of makes me lose my mind. Because, yeah, okay, but also, guys, this had a solution like hours and hours ago.
Objection!
But there's no proof. This is a fake.
It's a fake.
Huh?
To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt, this is mine.
Okay, but what's that mark? Like, let me prove it, asshole.
Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court.
Fucking hell. It was careless of me. That's all I can say. I'll buy. Here.
What's this?
I don't know, I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
It was all a trap. A fatal trap. Mr. Wright? Yes? Do you have an explanation for yourself? If I did, would the court hear it? Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime. And yet it's a crime that Manfred von Karma got shit anything for. I remind you of that, Judge. I remind you that Manfred von Karma did whatever the fuck he wanted and got away with it until I found him guilty of murder. I remind you that the same happened with Wiener Sr., who did whatever the fuck he wanted and got away with it until we found him guilty of murder. Well, that was Edward's thing. So like, forging evidence is a serious crime is true, but clearly you have it out for me and not for them. Just saying. And presenting it in court, a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney. Fatal too, perhaps for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one.
Objection!
Your Honor, wait! I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime, but you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual. I am sorry, Mr. Wright. Your Honor? Another close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, Ja. Hey, Clavier. Do you want me to tell you who sent that hot tip? Do you want me to tell you who knew? Do you want me to tell you? Do you want me to ruin your life, Clavier? I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself. Oh, Clavier, you piece of shit. But you were a teenager, so of course you were a piece of shit. I will make you feel bad later, though. But with your... you know. I see no need for further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed. Mr. Attorney? Yes. Could I ask your name? Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright, I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright. Well, though I deeply regret to having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must... Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Sack? There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. I am afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you. Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist? Doesn't exist? What are you talking about? I am talking about this. Mr. Enigma! The defendant escaped. Find him, quick! Bailiff, whack some balls. I mean, close Alexis from the building, and then whack balls. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. That day, in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant Shadi Enigma, aka Sagramari, did not just escape from court. He literally, unbelievably vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again, not since that day. This is the Grammari miracle! No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Sagramari vanished, along with him for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however, but not until 7 years later. which is about now. That trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This I know beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic on the present. But you'll soon be finding all of these out for yourself. Which of Magnifi Grammari's I can't wait. Which of Magnifi Grammari's disciples pulled that trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant Zack Grammari go? Well, if I had to assume by the looks of them, I'd say he is a Shady Smith, the man who doesn't exist. And got killed in the first case because they look the fucking same. What dark truth lurks behind the forged diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind? Like the movie series Left Behind. The past left us these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. And when all the questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. But first, you must chase the truth through then and now. Think of it as a game. This is also a game. It's a game between a game. Oh, hi Phoenix. Hi Phoenix Wright will be your guide through this game. That terrible trail saw me present forged evidence. It ended half finished when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? Well, clearly you became a hobo. As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, one more thing. There is something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. My Magatama. Oh boy, the Magatama. Magatama, my beloved! You're back! I miss you. Don't get me wrong. The bracelet is fun, but the looks have a certain feel to them. What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? It's Q&A to jump between the past and the present. But let's begin 7 years ago, in the past. It is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. There's the detention center, the defendant lobby, the offices, and the Drew studio. That's the, okay. We don't have a lot of time, so let's just start with the detention center. The nightmare trial was over, and the new nightmare of figuring out what had happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up, to walk away, but I figured I'm the only one who could do this, probably. And besides, I had plenty of time. Thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's decision. It's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. 7 years ago, detention center, visitor's room. What strange sight that mine eyes behold! Excuse me. 2 men on either side of a single transparent plane. Pane. Yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. The forger of fakes walks freely, while the innocent languishes within the plexiglass confines. There's been no proof that I forged anything, nor proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits! And what, may I ask, awaits you? A little piano in a cold little hole in the world. But since you are here, what shall we discuss? The shooting of Magnifi Grammari for one. Who pulled that trigger, Valant or his partner Zack? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm going to get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start. I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. That's talent. Yes, he made my attorney's badge disappear and he never even touched it. Glorious spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. Yes, his very disappearance is itself a revelation.
Revealing what?
Sagramari killed Magnifi. It's as good as a signed confession. That's certainly been public opinion stuck on it. I grew tired of my cage. And the time of my release is near. I must go and prepare.
Planning on jumping back into the magic right away?
As long as an audience waits with bated breath, there will be ballad. And also... Yes? Now that my partner has disappeared, Magnifi's repertoire is mine. Alan Grammari has a tradition to uphold. Is that true? Then in this slide, the trial was quite good to me, verdict or not. And you can't pay for that kind of publicity.
The suspicion on you hasn't lifted entirely, Valant. After all, you received one of those letters too. You were just as obligated to follow Magnifi's instructions as your partner.
So I was. But only Sagramari followed them. Let us not speak anymore of who shot what. Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot.
I'm more interested in learning something else, actually.
What might that be?
I want to know what Magnifi had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him?
Oh, for a moment I thought it was Phoenix again. The trick of his sleeve. Ha 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 ha. Perhaps you do not know.
Know what?
A great magician never reveals his secrets.
4 already?
I didn't think it would be that easy. I mean, I didn't think you would get the locks immediately. The audience must remain forever in the audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight.
Magatama, one of my most prized possessions which I got during a certain case. You can show me the locks on people's hearts, and if I can unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. The Magatama starts it all, and the Magatama ends it all. We even have the materials though. I don't know if I have... Like, I feel like I need something more specific. Because primarily, like, I know why it is. Like, I know how these worked. So, like, there's no use for me trying to argue with him because I'm pretty sure I don't have the right, Okay, I'm pretty sure that I need to go to another section of the Mason system and deal with that first, and then get the information that I need. Primarily because this has to have happened a little bit after the trial, enough for me to collect information. And this is not put in order. But also because I need to know about the woman. Like, True Grammari was 3 people, we've seen the photos. She's not here. Clearly that's an important point in this situation. But now that I see, we're at time. So I might as well end and leave this for later. And by later, it would be like on Friday. But let's save. And next time we'll move to the Mason's system, and we'll continue with a different section. But for now, that's gonna be everything for today. Thank you everybody for being here. Like I said it yesterday, and I'll say it again. I have something to do on Tuesday because my life is a joke and it's terrible. And it's right at the time where I stream, so I won't be able to stream. That's about it. I might take, like, I will probably still take Wednesday off because I want the chance to clean, since I have those 2 days open to clean. I'll clean, and then I might try to make up for Tuesday stream on Thursday. But we'll see, because
I don't know how complicated my week is gonna be after the audit that I'm gonna suffer tomorrow. So depending on that, I'll see. And I guess I can talk about it on Friday. Or maybe Sunday, depends on how much text I have to read. But the point is, I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'll see I'll see how it goes afterwards. But anyway, again, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day, a good start to your week, and I'll be seeing you Thursday at the earliest for something else. And on Friday, we might even finish Apollo Justice. The first one. Well, this says it's the only one that's Apollo Justice. The other one go back to being Ace Attorney. Just Ace Attorney. Because the boy is not really the protagonist. I have so many issues. And I'm gonna have so many issues with the rest of the trilogy. Oh boy. Anyway, that's... I should not be getting too ahead of myself. I can suffer when it happens. Anyway, have a good rest of your day. I'll see you later. Bye everyone.